Great, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. We're at the June 11th, 2026 Board of Directors meeting. Tonight, the Board of Directors will consider member suggestions for the 2027 budget. We received over 150 suggestions from our membership, which were then voted on. And I say voted on, so no one yell at me about POA regulations. By members of the board, the board's decision this evening will be to ask staff to price out items for consideration in the budget. If your item is not selected, it does not mean it's not important to the association. Rather, it's part of the balancing of priorities for the 2027 budgeting process. Just a few community announcements. On June 16th, Supervisor Alcorn will host a town hall regarding Reston Town Center North development. The meeting will take place at 7 p.m. at the North County Government Center. And then on Monday, June 22nd, Fairfax County staff will host an open house for the site-specific plan amendment for the Lake Fairfax Business Park. The meeting will take place at 7 p.m. at the Homewood Suites, located at 1735 Business Center Drive. And lastly, this Saturday, June 13th, is the Kids Fishing Derby. Snake Den Branch will be stocked with hundreds of rainbow trout. Learn how to cast, hook, and cook your dinner. Fish cleaning will be available. To check in for the event, head to the 7-Eleven on Soapstone Drive. All right, moving on to item B, approval of the agenda.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I ask for unanimous consent to approve the agenda with two changes. Under item D, I want to add number 5 under the consent agenda. Staff provided us with comment letters for 3 rezoning cases, and I want to add that as a consent item. Those were circulated. I don't believe anybody had any other comments. I only had one, and it's reflected in the current draft. And then I want to change the adoption of the draft budget, strike that, adoption of the June 25th, 2026 regular board meeting agenda so that it occurs before the executive session. I'd like to try and make that a standing item on our agendas so that we don't run into the problem we had a couple of months ago where we didn't adopt an agenda and we adjourned for the evening. So if we take up the agenda before the executive session, we can probably get through that before we run out of time.
And you asked for that with unanimous consent?
consent.
Any objection?
Object.
There's an objection from Director Santa.
Okay, so then I'll move it with those amendments.
Is there a second?
I need a second in order to vote for the agenda, guys, unless someone has it.
I am going to, I can do it. I'm seconding it, the motion. Discussion? Director Perry?
I'm not necessarily against those two for this evening, but I think that there are times when the agenda cannot be set until after executive session in general, so I'm not confident that that should be a moving forward type of thing.
Director Mullinex?
And I'd also like to mention we formed an agenda setting subcommittee, and I think we've done a lot of work to get to standing agendas and a schedule that will go out at least for the end of this cycle. So we'll see well in advance what the standard agenda will look like, and I think that will help smooth things over and make it easier for adoption.
So my motion is not to make that a standing item permanently. In the future, I'd like to see it as a standing item. Maybe your committee can take a look at that. But my motion for tonight is just to make those two changes for tonight's agenda.
Okay, great. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm sorry, 7 and against? Director Drishak, that's 1. And then abstaining.
Abstain.
Okay, 711. Thanks, everybody. Moving on to member comments.
Okay, we have several member comments. The first is Jeffrey Serrell. Come on up.
Hi,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sorrell, we appreciate you being here. If you'd like to speak as an individual, you've got 3 minutes. If you're speaking for an organization, you've got 5. And if you could give your name and address for the record, we'd appreciate it.
It's Jeffrey Sorrell, and I live at 11111 Glade Drive in Reston. I've been here over 35 years.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. My concern is there was a meeting last year to rename Lake Audubon, take Mr. Audubon's name off the lake and all the other signs that have Audubon on it, et cetera, because he was presented as a nice, very nice person because he had 2 enslaved people and he killed birds in order to stuff them and paint them. The National Audubon Society has been around for about 70, 80 years, and they rejected a renaming of the Audubon Society because he has done a lot for environmental causes and raising funds in his name, et cetera. And I think it's pretty unfair to just pick various people out of the past and vilify them and take them off of any kind of names in the current situation. I'm sure, I don't know how many of us will have a lake named after us, but maybe not. So there is a couple of surveys and requests that are circulating right now that I know of to oppose any kind of name change. It's expensive. It is expensive. You have to go through the county, change names, lawyers, et cetera. It's also not reasonable, not necessary, and it's just another agitation in our current world where one group picks up an argument to battle with another group, and I just don't think it's needed. He's appreciated as he is, and as I said, the National Association, the Audubon Association, has rejected all the arguments that have been brought to them, as well as several other organizations around the country that have retained his name. And I don't know how many people actually know who Audubon is, but he's done a lot of work and has artwork, et cetera, that's highly credited. And my main concern on it is I don't know exactly how the board functions, but I guess if this comes up and you want to decide that you want to rename Lake Audubon, a vote is taken here, and I don't think it's been put out to the Reston population on what it is and what they want to do and what the people are going to do. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody here knows that there's a lot of people that are very much opposed to this, and I think it would be the majority. They did attend. There was a couple of meetings. There was one last year. There was a guy that had a heart attack in the middle of the meeting, so the meeting had to be canceled. And then there was another one, and this was held at the Nature's House on Glade. And so it's not really out to the public that this is there. There was 2 signs put out, and the sign said for discussion. It didn't mention any of the details on it. I assure you that there's a lot of people that are very much opposed to it. And if you are going to vote on something like this, if you can at least survey the population.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Cynthia Atwater. Boy, I love the music and not a hook.
We retired the hook some time ago. Thanks for being here. And as I said to the gentleman, you've got 3 minutes to speak, and if you could give your name and address, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, well, I dressed the part. I have comments on pickleball. So,
If you could give your name and address.
oh, I'm
for the
sorry,
record.
Cynthia Atwater, 11038 Thrushbridge Road, Reston, Virginia, 20191.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm sure you've heard a lot of these comments before. It is a big investment we make in our community, and I will share, one of my jobs is an employee benefits healthcare consultant, and I literally use a pickleball, me smashing a pickleball, as mental health. As we know, mental health is not only your financial health, the health of your family, and pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in the nation for all ages. The cool thing is for all ages. So raise your hand here if you've paid dues more than 41 years. I have. I was a baby when I started. But anyway, I can give you the comparisons of the monies that have been put on the north sides of Reston and all the investments that have been in improving tennis courts and how many tennis courts there are. So I think it's more than reasonable that we locate something on the south side and dedicate it. I would think even at a minimum, the overflow at Autumnwood should be dedicated, but really that should be done automatically. If you took the number, and how many tennis courts do we have? Somebody have that number? How many? 50? 4? So how many pickleball? Yeah. And even the improvements that were being done, I think, over at Lake Shore are being done to the tennis before any of the pickles. So, and I love tennis, so this is nothing against my tennis friends. But I think at bare minimum, we should at least have 10%, 20%. That leaves 80%. We drive by the tennis courts all the time, and they're empty. So let's get some more pickleball courts. I didn't get musicked out. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder to everyone, to everyone at the table, this is not a Q&A session. This is for member comments. So we're just going to listen to what the members have to say. So, Kara?
Up next, we have Raquel Mullenix.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Raquel Mullenix. My address is on file, and I'm a resident of Reston, and I spoke in the last meeting in support of pickleball. And I shared a story regarding my children, well, my daughter and her friend talking about wanting to play. And I wasn't going to come up again, but I saw the Fairfax Now article about the upcoming event to get all of us here in Reston out playing and enjoying the amenities of our town. And so, I think, Laura, your quote was, let me see. I have it here because I took a screenshot of it. But you had a quote that the community is better when we're all out playing together. And so I just wanted to say, okay, here we are. Play is essential to building strong communities and strong and healthy communities. And so I just want to say that pickleball is one of those sports that is very inclusive, very easy for someone who is 8 years old to play with their 80-year-old grandmother or grandfather. I have personally seen it and participated in those games. I mentioned that you all or the board had taken up pickleball a couple of years ago, and it seemed as though things were not revisited when they were supposed to be revisited. So I did do some research, and I did see that there was discussions regarding pickleball and revisiting that. You all talked about needing to come up with guidelines regarding the number of feet away. That was never settled upon, at least that I saw in my research. And I did look extensively at all of the board meetings and board meeting notes. And also, one of the members mistakenly said that the board did not create binding sitting criteria, but would rather vote it to include things such as parks master plans and report back to the board no later than December 2025. 2025, I looked back at those meetings. It doesn't seem as though it was revisited. So, if you by chance have information on that, please feel free to send that to me directly. And my email address is on the comment form. However, this is something that we need to look into. It's the fastest growing sport in America. We are way behind in terms of the size of our community and the number of pickleball courts. And since play is essential to health and mental well-being and is an integral part of our community, work, live, play, we should really invest in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara, do we have anybody else?
We do. Next is Daniel Brindis.
Mr. Brindis, could you give us your full name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Daniel Brindis. I reside at 11004 Thrush Ridge Road. I'm also here to talk about pickleball. My wife and I are avid players. I try to play nearly every day. It's been really incredible for me personally in terms of developing a community. And I think just, in the times that we live in right now, there's community is just priceless. And so I think anything that, we can do, I know this is like a core to Reston's identity and its mission and the board to promote anything related to community and health. And so if you go to Autumnwood on any day that's not as hot as today, it is booming. It feels like a community party. You see people, strangers becoming friends. People are interacting with one another from people all over Reston. We have to check the IDs for the passes because it's in such high demand. They're great courts. It would be amazing to have them not just on the north side, but also have them on the south side of the 267. I live on the south side. I think also about just, the amount of miles driven between all the people who need to congregate around Autumnwood. So it would be more equitable and it would be less cars on the road, less miles driven if we had other centers of congregation, other centers of community. So I really appreciate being heard. I really appreciate the work that Raquel's done in terms of understanding what the discussions look like in the past and what they can be. I think we can do a little better, and I think the community will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have John Farrell.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. My name is John Farrell. I'm the president of Colonial Oaks Cluster. My address is 11545 Underoak Court. Tonight, we're going to appoint new members of the Elections Committee. And I have some thoughts about that I'd like to share with the board and with the people who have volunteered to be appointed. The 2026 at-large directors campaign was unusually nasty. Contrary to assertions made by people at the annual meeting, I did not spend $30,000. I did not spend more than $15,000 on that campaign. And based on the testimony that we heard at the annual meeting, I was outspent by a couple of $1,000s. And yet, at the end, I got 54% of the vote, which I guess proves that you can't buy a seat on the RA board by outspending your opponent. But running for one of the 4 at-large seats is needlessly expensive. There are 23,000 households eligible to vote in an at-large race, but less than 20% of our members vote, meaning that 80% of the time and money spent by candidates and their supporters is wasted. If anyone seriously wants to reduce the cost of an at-large member campaign, they should support sharing with the certified candidates the addresses of those households that returned a ballot in the previous year's elections and those who are new to Reston. That would reduce by more than 2/3 the time and expense of an at-large candidate outreach to active members of the association. Reston has done this in the past. The association has done this in the past. It is done in every local, state, and national election. And RA should do it again. Of greater concern should be the negative anonymous smear campaign exhibited by the flyer at your desk. And Brittany, if you can bring that flyer up, that would be great. Anyone who's been a past candidate knows or knew RA's election norms and expectations, and this flyer blatantly ignores them. This conduct, more than the campaign's cost, will do the most to dissuade future potential candidates. Which of us wants to be subjected to such anonymous negative smears? No one who participated in the preparation and distribution of this flyer, in light of that activity, contrary to our rubrics, should hold a position of trust in the association. The prohibition on negative anonymous campaigning that currently applies to RA candidates should be extended to their supporters. That will require changes to the election rules. Members who support a candidate should be prohibited from engaging in negative campaigns. Those members should be required to personally identify themselves in any campaign materials and not be allowed to hide behind aliases like Friends of XYZ candidate. RA's general counsel believe that these changes can be made. I have called on the election committee to recommend those 3 changes to the board. Unless these changes are adopted, we will see RA campaigns become ever more coarsened and devolve in the kind of mudfest that we annually witness in state and national elections, which have harmed our state and our country. Restonians deserve better.
Okay, we'll be going to the individuals on Zoom.
Cara,
who
before
may-
we do that, just Pete, if we can make sure that in the future, that if somebody's going to do some kind of presentation, they get some kind of clearance from the board. We typically don't let other member comments folks, use the screen. This was kind of typically out of the norm for everyone else. Thank you.
Okay, heading to our members who are on Zoom. First up, we have, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Naradzo Longenecker. You'll be asked to unmute.
Okay, good evening. I'm Dr. Nyoradzo Longineka, and my address is 11954 Sentinel Point Court, Reston 20191. I'm here to talk today about Dogwood Pool. Dogwood Pool is by far the smallest pool in Reston Association, having only 3 lanes. That puts the residents on that southeast side of Reston at a distinct disadvantage in terms of access to pools. As you know, there is also a very large racial minority group over there who have historically been underrepresented in swimming, as well as utilization of our lakes. Those are 2 very related data points. And so I am here to advocate for some sort of investigation into how to increase access for those members of our Reston community. Suggestions could include something like finding out where they go and swim, maybe expanding Dogwood to have more than 3 lanes. Currently, Dogwood does not house a swim team. It is not on the regular schedule for Reston Association. It also does not hold any Reston Association swim lessons there. That leaves the residents in that corner of Reston outside of our pools, and they have to cross the very heavily trafficked Reston Parkway to get to a swimming pool. That makes it prohibitive for people who do not have a vehicle or who are otherwise mobility challenged. So I'm here to advocate for some sort of investigation or inquiry into Dogwood Pool and how we can expand swim facilities for the Southeast Reston community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And up next, we have Amalia Delgado. You'll be asked to unmute.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm here to talk about pickleball, but I also wanted to plus one to Nayara Sue's comments on the Dogwood Pool. I 100% believe and support everything that she said. But I wanted to talk about pickleball. I'm a resident. My parents are here in Reston. Their address is 11220 Leatherwood Drive, and I'm at 11004 Brush Ridge Road. We're just 2 minutes from each other, and I have kids, so we as a family love to get together and play games. It's been something we've done since I was a little kid. We used to play tennis. We used to play paddleball on the beach, and pickleball has become our family pastime. It's something that gets us all out together, laughing and having fun. And it's been a way that I've been able to connect with other Reston community members at other pickleball courts at Autumnwood and then at Lifetime Gym. And we would love to be able to do that and connect with our neighbors who actually live near us. I'd love to be able to see my kids bike to pickleball. They don't want to play tennis. They don't want to play other sports. They're really into pickleball, and being able to know that they can go out and bike and meet their friends out there would be phenomenal. I agree with everything that's been said in terms of the equitable distribution of pickleball courts across Reston, and the fact that we have to drive so far to get to pickleball and to very crowded courts. Oftentimes I just don't go because I don't know if I'll get on the court. I don't know the folks out there. And so it would be great to have that here in our community. It's been a way that we've been able to access community members from all generations, all walks of life. From folks who are recently arrived to people who've been here for a really long time. It's a way that I like nothing else I've experienced that gets people talking and hanging out with each other, and it's in the spirit of Reston, and it's one of the reasons we're out here. So full-heartedly promote and support getting more pickleball courts out in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That concludes our member comments. Brittany, is there anyone else in the chat that is looking to make a member comment? I'm seeing shaking heads, so
All right.
that's it for member comments.
We are wrapped up member comments. Moving on to item D, the consent calendar. We have four items right in the agenda, and Director Farrell, I believe, has additions that he'd like to make.
I actually unanimous consent to adoption of the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Seeing none? All right.
I object. I was going to abstain. Sorry, I didn't get off fast enough.
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Looks like we've got 8 in favor, against, and abstaining. 1 abstention. Okay. Moving on to item E, the volunteer interviews. Kara.
We have Katie Boswell.
Okay, thanks, Brittany. Ms. Boswell, if you'd like to speak to the board, you just did a little while ago. I don't know if you have more that you'd like to say to us, and if you do, I appreciate it. But if you just want to tell us the position you're here for, and if you'd like to make yourself available for questions, we'd appreciate it.
Yep. So Katie Boswell, 2207 Cedar Cove Court in Reston. So I think the committee or the board knows that Richard has been the chair for at least the last year. He is moving and will no longer be able to take on the duties of the election chair. We spoke at our last meeting and we all agreed that if you all were in favor of it, that I would take on the committee. I know there were some questions about if I were moving up to New York, and it looks like that is not going to happen at all anymore. So I will be here.
We're lucky to keep you. Do we have any questions on the board for Ms. Boswell?
I do.
Director Santa?
Do you have any reaction to the member comments of Mr. Farrell? Have you heard them?
No, I heard them. So what I will say is that the committee is definitely looking into different ways that we could maybe figure out campaign finance type stuff, it would take a lot. But Paul and I are committed to looking at anything that was a discrepancy this year or that may come up in the future and see if we can't put something in place.
Okay, and my follow-up question is, can you remind me what your position is on an appeals process during certification?
My personal opinion? I think so. Knowing how tight the elections are, I think what we're talking about are a couple of different things because you have an appeals process of like you have the person that is put in the signatures that would like to run for office, and then we have a process, behind the scenes of making sure that they're up to date on their dues, that sort of thing, and that they, live in. That they're up to date with dues and that the signatures are correct. There is a request for us to look at the process before they are able to become a candidate for folks to be able to say, hey, I don't, and question some of that. So we're looking at a timing on that and how long that could be. And then I think there was also a request for us to be able to look at the end of the election as well, and so we're looking at both of those. My personal idea on this is like we have a hard time getting volunteers in Reston. If someone wants to run, they should run, and if somebody doesn't want them to win, then there should be campaigning against that. But that's how elections go.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Director Mapar.
Katie, thank you for volunteering, for stepping up. This is a fairly general question. Don't read anything into this. Would you agree that the Elections Committee really needs to think about updating some of the processes that they have when it comes to candidate qualifications before, during, and after the election? Specifically, if claims are made, statements are made, and so on during the month of March when we do the elections?
So I think what I'm hearing you ask is, should we have more procedures around the election committee monitoring what is going on the ground in Reston while an election is happening, right? So, for instance, there's a flyer that comes in, or
generally speaking, yeah.
I mean, I think we do monitor. I'll be honest. I think we do monitor it, and I think there is not a. I've had many conversations with board members that have asked about this election and like flyers or things that have happened, and I have to be honest. Some of that just happens in elections. Do I want it to be, gross and horrible? No, of course not. Our, federal elections are bad enough. But I also don't know, like, we have to do a lot of research on how you actually tell someone that they can't put something out there without it going against someone's First Amendment rights. So we just have to figure a lot of that out.
Yeah, and I appreciate the detail that you're getting into. I was trying to avoid all the details, but I think some sort of process identifying, or maybe some guidance, some sort of a policy coming from the Elections Committee that can be used to basically let candidates know that they have to abide by certain code of conduct or something like that. And I'm mentioning that as a fairly general idea, just nothing specific here.
Yeah. No, that's great. We'll look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Travis.
Dr. Fair?
Wanted to make clear, and you could confirm this, Ms. Boswell, the comments I made tonight were fundamentally the same comments I made to the Elections Committee at the last meeting. So this wasn't news to you all. You've heard those ideas before.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, and we have other, other folks have also have similar ideas or asking, for us to push a little further and see what we can find out about campaign finance or whatever.
So one of the things that might facilitate an appeal process during the certification,
Actually, let's not. get
No.
into the details of that? We're just.
No, I was going to ask her a question.
You're asking her a question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Today, there is a very short period of time between certification and the printing of the ballots. If we were to be able to stretch that time out, it might be possible to incorporate an appeals process. Is that something the Elections Committee is prepared to take a look at?
Yeah, I think we also tried to look at it last year as well and tried to propose different items. I think what I would say is that we would love to look at it again, and we would need to have very quick action from the board in order to move on a calendar. There are also, yes, so we will 100% take it up and look at it again this year.
All right, I see no more questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Boswell.
Sure. Thank you.
Brittany, who's next?
Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, if you could give your name and address for the record, we'd appreciate it. And again, we just saw you a little while ago too, so I'm not going to ask you to give us a lengthy intro. If you just want to jump into the questions, that's fine.
My name is Paul Thomas, 11223 Huntinghorn Lane. I'm in the South Lakes District, and I'm willing to serve as vice chair, so the position of vice chair of the Elections Committee.
Appreciate that. Open to the board. Do you have any questions?
Yes, same two questions that I asked Katie. Any reactions to the member comments provided by Mr. Farrell? If you heard them.
Oh, I heard them. And I've as Katie mentioned, I've heard similar comments before when he spoke to the Elections Committee. And Katie and I and the rest of the Elections Committee are looking through options for things that we might recommend to the Board of Directors. And I think that I might be jumping ahead to another question, but just the one thing I just want to clarify here, I'm not aware of the idea of the Elections Committee actually being a policy-making group. And so I think that our role is more to sort of look at what went well and what didn't go well and what needs to what we recommend be tweaked, and to recommend policy adjustments to the Board of Directors that they can enact in order to give us the guidance to do what it is that they think is the right way for us to help facilitate effective elections.
And then the second question was on certification, appeals process to certification. Do you think do you have?
Yeah, that's among the things that we're looking at.
Okay.
So we are looking at the appeals process, because that was among the things that sort of came up this election cycle. And I think that we have another Elections Committee meeting coming up in July. We are still getting that on the calendar, but that's when we'll be taking that stuff up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Please.
Paul, thank you. Thanks again for serving. Same question, and again, I'm looking at it from a general perspective. And to rephrase what I said, when I used the word policy, I wasn't asking you to set policy, as you clearly stated, recommending things to the board, policies, changes, et cetera. But do you think, would you agree that the Elections Committee should have some role in terms of somehow not just monitoring, but kind of trying to help the members if their claims made that may be accurate or may not be accurate or just be wildly exaggerated? Do you think the Elections Committee, in your opinion, should be involved in those things?
I need to look again at the charge that the Board of Directors has given to the Elections Committee and the policies around the conduction of elections. I'm not, it is not my place right now to say what should or should not be the case. I am a former math teacher. I am a pedant's pedant. So I am I believe that I should do whatever the board has told us to do, and that we should be enforcing the policies as they exist. And there might be some suggestions, which Katie and I will be, and the rest of the elections committee will be making some recommendations. And I mean, could there be some opportunities for improvement? Probably. But I think that we'll see what those recommendations are later this summer.
But you'd be open to looking into that as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Seeing no further questions from, I'm sorry, Director Perry has a question. There's her hand up. Director Perry's hand is not up. That's a cursor over her thing. It just happens to have a hand. All right. We are done with Mr. Thomas. Thank you very much, sir. To you and to Ms. Boswell, we appreciate you being here. As you guys are well aware, these meetings tend to go on. And if you'd like to stay, feel free. If you want to just leave and wait for us to contact you, we're happy to do that as well. Thank you.
And thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany.
I think it's Karen Anton.
Next, we have Karen Anton.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Now, you haven't been here as recently as everyone else, so if you'd like to
Yes.
give us a
Well,
quick overview.
I'm Karen Anton. I currently have a dual citizenship. 11714 Dry River Court and 11500 Fairway Drive.
Just so you know, I'm more partial to the Dry River Court address. However, I understand that my colleagues may have questions for you, and if I can just remind everyone that the comments are to be targeted specifically towards your qualifications for this role, I would appreciate that from everyone. And
Should do I get to say anything first?
I thought you had a pause. I thought you were done.
Okay,
Please.
So, my term was up at this time anyway, but after 37 years, I am no longer going to be a resident of Hunters Woods Dogwood. Fortunately for me, the Lake Ann Tall Oaks position on the Covenants Committee has opened up. So I'm applying for that position tonight. And fortunately for you and for everybody else, there's a very formidable candidate for the Hunters Wood Dogwood seat that you will be hearing from after me, I assume. So.
Wonderful.
So that's all. I mean, just as I've said before, I have a long history with the Covenants Committee. When I was a board member, I was liaison to that committee for, I think, maybe 3 years. And then in 2023, I filled in for a vacant Hunters Woods Dogwood position and then re-upped after that. So I've been on the Covenants Committee as a member of the committee since 2023.
Thank you. All right, Board of Directors, questions? I see none. Thank you very much.
Well, that was lovely. Thank you. Thank you. And again, you will be hearing from Jesse Williams, and I hope he will have your support as well, because he takes this opportunity very seriously and reached out to me to chat about what it's all about. And so thumbs up from me for Jesse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Jesse Williams.
Mr. Williams, you have had a huge lead in here, so you've got a lot to live up to. So if you can get, feel free to chat with us.
I'm Jesse Williams. I live at 11872 South Lakes Court, and you need to hear about me, basically.
A little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
So I've lived in Reston for a couple of years now. I've been active in the community since I've moved here. I am currently a board member of the Reston Citizens Association and the RA liaison for the Reston Citizens Association to RA. I have Also actively volunteered for Rescue Reston, especially concerning the golf course development that's coming our way in September. And I've also been a part of the No Fairfax Casino Group as well, volunteering there. And I'm very happy to do the Covenants position because I want to be more active in RA and be a part of this community. So.
Very, very good. Thank you very much. Opening it to the board for questions. Again, I see none. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Again, Karen and Jesse, we run on. If you'd like to stay, you're welcome to. If not, we'll get back to you tomorrow. All right. We have member budget suggestions to review. I'm going to throw this over to Mr. Vroom.
Okay, thank you. And myself and Pete will help out a lot. We're happy to take you through the budget sessions, kind of however you'd like. I'll just give a quick recap of where we are to this point to remind the board and for anyone else listening in. We collected member budget suggestions over the last couple months. We received, it's 141 so far, and we had 144 last year, so very similar. Those were sent to the board about a week ago for them to give sort of some initial voting so that we could take a look at that tonight. And tonight is when the board, as President Johnson mentioned earlier, they'll decide which we want to move forward to the next step in the process, which is to have staff price them out. But when staff prices them out, they'll also kind of come up with our suggested approach. I mean, some of them are kind of obvious what you would do, but some of them maybe a little less obvious. And we'll come up with what our suggested approach is and the price if the board wants to move them forward for staff pricing. And the other thing that will happen is the finance committee will review them and give their recommendations of whether they would suggest that they would go forward. So we're really looking for the board to decide which they would like to move forward to that next step in the process. And then staff and the finance committee will do their thing and we'll bring them back to the board on the 23rd of July or something, late July, and that's when the board would decide which to include in the draft one budget. So that would kind of be the next step, is to decide which to put in the draft one budget, but nothing is really final until the budget gets approved in November. Now, we have provided the board folks who are here in person with a hard copy, but I also brought up a soft copy of the suggestions. They're kind of numbered from 1 to 141, and we had them in groupings. And we have the board member votes here. And, we'll just sort of walk through them, but some of them we may be able to kind of skip over quickly. For example, there were 14 of them now that have received 5 or more board member votes. So in theory, those, the board wants to move forward to the next step. So we can talk about any of them as much as you'd like, but one approach is we could just move those forward.
Just want to let Mr. Vroom finish.
Sure.
Do we need to go through every single one?
I'm sorry. I don't have a question to ask Mr. Vroom, please.
Mr. President, we have a motion in front of us. We have a report in front of us. I have 2 questions on 2 items. We really don't need to go running through all of these. All of us have looked at it.
Then if someone wants to make a motion to move forward,
Yeah,
there we go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
May I just ask that we remember to turn on microphones? It is hard to hear over.
Yeah, sorry about
You're
that.
not on.
It helps if I turn the microphone on. I'm sorry.
No worries.
What's the number?
So there are 14 items. It's
1
not
through
1
14.
8. No,
Yep.
it's
Can-
those are the items.
John, before you make your motion, can I just ask one quick question?
Just a quick question, Director Perry. I want to be able to hear everything that's going on. So if you guys can go on, please.
So it's these items. It's 1 through 8 and then these. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. For all the items, all 14.
Right.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Okay. I move that staff provide pricing for items 1 through 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 28 at the July 23rd meeting of the Board of Directors.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Comment and discussion, please.
I want to speak to the motion. I have 2 questions for staff, and maybe it's Mr. Luskin. I'm sorry? Oh, wait a second.
I would really be better prepared if I could ask my quick question, because what I'm seeing on the screen and what we were sent earlier today is not aligning. And I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at the right thing on my screen.
I'm happy to
Margaret,
yield.
this is perfect time to ask your question. Thank you very much.
Well, that's yeah. I can't really
I
follow
forgot,
up
I'm sorry.
I'm not looking at the right thing. What is being shown on the screen has things highlighted in yellow, and what I show that Ed sent us earlier today has no comments highlighted in yellow. So can you please tell me which document that has been pulled up so that I can match and actually see it?
Yes, I can explain that, and to be honest, I forgot I had done this. It's the same document except for that yellow highlighting, and I'll explain what that is. The formula over in column P that's counting the number of yeses, it basically counts literally if the cell says yes. And what I noticed is I missed the fact that Jennifer said yes, but comma with some, more words. And so it wasn't counting her vote as a yes. So that 7 should be an 8. And I actually forgot that I had highlighted that just as I was looking through it myself. But there were 4 there that Jennifer had yes, comma, and my formula didn't count it. So I was really understating the total number of yeses by 1. And it's really on just those 4. So sorry about that. I forgot I had done
So the one that you sent over this afternoon is the one I should be looking up and matches with what Director Farrell is.
It's the same one I sent earlier. The only difference is the yellow highlighting, and that's why the yellow highlighting there is there.
Okay,
But I actually forgot I had done that. Didn't mean
No
to.
worries. I just wanted to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Thank you. Please continue.
And if I can add to that, and there are a number of them that I did that are broke out what should be multiple requests, and I said yes, but they didn't find their way into the addition as well.
I tried to catch those kind of things. I missed those ones from Jennifer till earlier today.
Fair enough.
We can look through it, because, the formula really only captures it if it's just yes.
Okay.
And I had to kind of manually try and catch the other ones, and I noticed that I had missed those with Jennifer.
Okay.
Ed, does that affect the motion that Director Farrell
No.
just with the okay, thank
It
you.
doesn't. And the 14 are still the same 14
Okay.
that I was referring to that had 5 or more votes.
Fantastic. So,
Sorry.
Director Farrell, you want to continue?
I think I have the wrong number. I had a question about, originally it was 12. It's item number 7 on your list, former number 12. This is about improving the appearance of the entrance from Baron Cameron Avenue onto Village Road at Lake Ann Village. I'm concerned, everybody wants everything beautified, and I don't disagree with that, but my concern is that the area, at least that I understand, and hopefully you have a chance to talk to the member who proposed this, is that the area under discussion is controlled by VDOT and/or LARCA. And have we figured out what's VDOT and what's LARCA?
No, so I think this is the Reston sign that welcomes you into Reston. I'm pretty sure that's what this is talking about, correct? So we're looking at money to improve the appearance of the entrance from Baron Cameron at Village Road into Lake Ann Village. No, it's not the sign I'm talking about, John. I think you're right. That should not be our sign to beautify. I think you're right about that.
So, before this gets.
We'll double check it.
Budgeted, us doing work on somebody else's land is problematical without, when we tried to create a goat path, or pave a goat path, it took us 3 years to work it through with LARCA, so.
On that note, since this is a pricing exercise, I would assume that the first step of the pricing exercise would be to determine whether or not it's ours.
But-
So if I'm just looking at this particular line item, it's overwhelmingly yes. So, your motion would pick up on this, and I would expect staff to come, just say, it's not ours.
That's right, and
Yeah.
all I'm trying to do is, in the course of putting those numbers together, recognize that we may be doing something on somebody else's land, and therefore, we may need to throw in the budget item, the cost item, the time it's going to take to negotiate an easement or something like that. That's all. So there's more than just the cost of the plants. It's there could be other
Yeah.
expenses involved.
Understood, okay.
The only other item I have is former item number 58, I think. Let me double check. It's about umbrellas at pools. Yeah. Okay. So I had some fun with this a couple of years ago.
It's now number 52.
Now number 52, that's right. We changed the threshold for the board to act on capital improvements, that if the combined improvements are less than 25,000, the staff is free to go forward with this without further board action. And would this suggestion fall within that parameter?
Correct.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
Director Mullenix?
I have a question, and it's more of a procedural question. We have an open motion. We've talked about a couple of items that are both objects of the motion and objects not of the motion. I am intending to request that we vote affirmative on 2 more items. I don't want to get tripped up in Robert's rules and not have an opportunity to make that.
If I can offer a suggestion to my friend?
Please.
Would it be appropriate either to make 2 different motions to amend, or to make one motion to amend and have both of those items in it, and then we can debate that? So I leave it to you to decide how you want to proceed, but on the motion to amend my main motion is in order.
Just to do it by unanimous consent, just move it, to move it on.
Okay. Again, Robert's rules, I don't want to get tripped up in it. We have an open motion. I'd prefer that we vote on what's basically non-contentious and set that done in the done pile. And then I'd like to continue talking about other items and not wipe the slate clean of all other items from any other discussion.
I'll invite our parliamentarian. The proper procedure would be to amend the main motion and add the 2 items that you care about, and we can discuss that.
I get that, but I also feel that other people might be doing the same, and that is a very complicated, circuitous set of motions.
If there are others, then they can make their own motion.
Okay.
We just need to have a clear record. That's the problem.
And that's what I'm trying to keep streamlined.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Could the maker of the motion restate his motion again, just so that I'm tracking? Because I was very confused, like Margaret, on which file I was looking at.
So restating the motion, I move that the staff provide pricing for items 1 through 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 28, and return with that information at the July 23rd meeting of the Board of Directors. And that was seconded by Director Mapar.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Please do.
Is it the number column or is it the new column?
Yeah, same question.
It's the new column.
Yeah, it's the furthest left column.
It's the item number furthest to the left.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Cannon?
Just really quick, for those having trouble tracking, it is anything that receives support from 5 or more board members in the spreadsheet.
Correct.
Thank you.
Did we still have a question for the parliamentarian?
So if we want to consider items that are not under consideration right now, we need to make a motion to amend. Is that correct? Otherwise, all business closes on the topic?
I'm sorry, hold on, Director Perry. Mr. Champ's going to rule on this.
Because John is carving out specifically items from the totality of the material in front of you, I would think that would be the motion that you would make would be contradictory to that. So if you don't amend the main motion, you're going to end up needing to rescind or reconsider.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity and bearing with me on that. I just wanted to get it right and not miss the opportunity.
I would also recommend Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Please do.
Doing it one at a time in case one doesn't pass.
Fair. Okay, I'd like to make an amended motion to add item 24 to the list of
The left-
items
the
to
left
be
column?
priced.
24
The
on the
new
left.
item.
Item 24.
It's the one with the 19 pickleball duplicates, that one. The
And
new
I'm-
number 24, old number 16.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I suppose I would need a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none.
I guess
all-
I'd like to speak to it.
Oh, go ahead.
We've heard from members, both written via the 20 member suggestions here, which represent a significant portion of the member suggestions that we've received. And we've heard from member comments over several meetings about having pickleball on the south side of Reston. I request that we adopt this to get the ball rolling. It doesn't prescribe a specific location, but identifies a gap in coverage of amenities. So I request the board's support in voting yes on this.
Director Cannon.
I wanted some clarity, and perhaps staff could provide it, on the staff comment that we have pickleball board sitting criteria that limits our locations. Does that criteria preclude a location in the south side?
So as it stands, the citing criteria would preclude pickleball just about anywhere. I would just add, if you'll allow me 2 minutes, when the board last discussed this topic, the board discussed citing criteria to be added to our facilities master plan, which is underway. We just discussed pickleball with our vendor yesterday. We just discussed this topic. From a staff perspective, I think it would be best for us to continue down that path to bring this back as part of the master plan. If we bring it back as part of the budget, this is not to me a cost conversation as much as it's a location conversation. So I'm not entirely sure it's a budget conversation, but I would, from a staff perspective, I think it would be best to bring this back as part of the master plan in the fall.
Do we have budget numbers to attach once we have that master plan conversation if we want to add more pickleball courts?
Of course, and again, I want to be clear that I'm not trying to put up barriers for more pickleball because we've heard from members and I understand the importance of pickleball. There are different ways to do this. It's as easy as painting over existing and painting lines down. It doesn't mean we need to build something necessarily. This is a policy conversation, in my opinion, more than it is a budget conversation.
He wants a second bite.
I would like a second bite. And I can certainly appreciate staff's position on that. I think what I'm asking is that we go forward with this in the budget session to get that pricing. I think that pricing exercise would be instructive and informative. It would provide us options to look at, even if those are perhaps not qualified options under the existing citing criteria. I do think that there's a conversation to have about the citing criteria. And so this keeps that ball rolling in the right direction, and we've heard from members. The voice is loud and clear.
Director Farrell.
I have a distinct feeling of deja vu all over again. I presided over the Barton Hills war, for lack of a better phrase. Yes, we have a very intense and motivated segment of our community that's really enthusiastic about pickleball, but we also have a community survey conducted with 1,800 members. And I don't think, somebody can correct me, I don't think 10% of our community is interested in pickleball, according to that survey. Have we had 4 or 5 people, enthusiastic people, speak to us? Yes, we have. But we've also gone through the nightmare of the Barton Hills situation. And we have gone through the staff preparing and submitting to us the citing criteria. And the motion was to direct them to include that citing criteria in the park master plan. This is not a budget item, Mr. President. I don't think it's germane to the budget. And especially it isn't germane until we have adopted a Parks Master Plan. So I think the motion is out of order.
Anyone online who'd like to speak to this? Oh, Director Perry, I'm sorry, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess I have a couple things. Am I allowed to speak to both at this point, or can I only speak to the pickleball at this point? Which is why I don't like how we do this.
We're speaking to the motion right now, which would be the pickleball motion.
Great. So then I get to speak again next time when I get to go back to the original, because heaven forbid we just do things one at a time.
You do.
On 24, pickleball. I made it very clear when the board has discussed this in the past that for all intents and purposes, the citing guidelines suggested by PrAC would kill pickleball in all of Reston. And that was confirmed. So, I am not against pickleball. I don't play pickleball. I will never play pickleball. I understand people like pickleball. That's wonderful. I also understand that almost any time we have tried to do certain things within our community, and I go back to 2015, we get the people who they want it, but they don't want it in their backyard. And that is a very common conversation that happens here in Reston. It is a constant, we want, but please don't put it in my backyard. And interestingly enough, we've heard that from pickleball players. So I would like to see this conversation continue. I do think we should have additional pickleball courts if possible. I would love for those passionate pickleball players to, please drive around our facilities and tell us where you think pickleball would be acceptable in South Reston. I personally can't think of one, but I'm not against it. I tried very hard when we were dealing with the Barton Hill situation to come up with, something that might be acceptable, and my fellow board members chose to continue forward with what they did instead of taking me up on trying to get things moving with staff. So I recognize that we should be having the pickleball conversation. I recognize that the pickleball conversation is once again past due. I do not think that it is a budget motion at this time, because currently, we need to know siting. We need to know where. How can you price something if you don't even know where? And I have been arguing for many years now that the master plan be moving forward. I believe that it is currently and finally moving forward. But until we have additional information, I do not think we can budget for something that is completely abstract.
Mr. President, I made a point of order that the motion is not germane. I need a ruling.
I am going to say that I'm going to ask the parliamentarian.
John, if I understand your position, it's because we have adopted and since the board adopted the recommendations of the community survey.
Yes.
Well, the community survey, yes, but.
No.
No, let him finish.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to flesh out John's argument. Because the board has adopted the community survey, you are saying that this board is bound to only take steps.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
I'm sorry, just let him finish the entire point.
He's asking if he stated my objection accurately, and he hasn't.
And I just want to hear the sentence end before we move on. So please.
Oh, I was going to say, did I state that correctly? But
That's okay. Now we have a punctuation. Sir?
I believe it's not germane because there's no pricing attached to it until the board changes the citing criteria that the board adopted and directed staff to include in the park master plan. And until that changes, which is a policy issue and needs to be discussed at the board level, revisited if we need to, there is nothing for the staff to price. And so I don't think this is a budget item. It's a policy issue, and it's a policy debate I'm happy to participate in, but this isn't a budget item.
I think he has a point.
Okay.
Because the board has taken a position and affirmatively set policy in action, specifically the master plan, specifically adopting the community survey, that going out and pricing this would be directing staff to take action inconsistent with prior board direction.
Okay. So before I rule, I'm going to let Director, you're good? Okay.
I think, are we going with not germane to the motion position? Because if that's the case, then I don't have anything to say.
I have a quick question for Mr. Lusk. Pete, how does the facility master planning process, how closely is it going to dovetail from a schedule standpoint with the budget?
It's a great question. So we are planning from a master plan perspective to get to about 65, 70% completion by August. My plan is to then do individual briefings with board members in August. We have a very light board schedule in August. I'd like to get board feedback in August before we really get to what we think is a final product. The plan had been to keep it out of the budget process because it's really a planning document. So keep it separate from the budget. Let us adopt the budget, talk about all the things that come with the RA budget, then talk about the future of facilities beginning in December and January. That's been the original timeline. If we need to provide pricing for converting tennis courts to pickleball, of course we can do that. Those are numbers we have. That's not a difficult exercise for us. We have been putting a lot of faith and effort into this process, and I would just like to see us keep that from a policy perspective. That's my personal opinion.
Okay.
May I ask a question that is not related to pickleball, but it is germane to the germane of this conversation, which is line item number 10.
I'm going to ask a question about the germanity of the
Yes.
question, please.
Number 10, which Jennifer, 5 votes yes. I think the amended motion that Farrell suggested includes this, and she says the resolution says no. So I guess I'd like clarity and a ruling on this. If we're going to do it to pickleball, then we need to be consistent.
I think this is going to be a separate issue that we have to argue separately. We've got the pickleball issue, and then we've got this. So I'm going to say this, you know what? In the interest of all of you, I'm going to say that they're both germane. So we're going to have this conversation. I'm ruling that it's germane. And if you ask the question about the next one, I'm going to rule that that's germane, so we can have the conversation, and Director Farrell's motion can go forward. So
We're on the motion by
So we're on
Director.
Director Mullinex' motion. We've had comment, we've had questions. All in favor? 1, 2, 3.
Aye.
4.
Takes 5 to pass.
All right. Then that's 4 in favor, against. 1 against.
No, 2.
2 against, and abstaining.
Abstain.
Okay. 3 abstentions, I think. Director Jessica had her hand up.
4.
Abstaining.
Okay.
4, 2, 3. Yeah, motion fails. All right, original motion.
He had a second amendment, I thought.
Oh, that's right. You're gonna let it go?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So back to the original.
Back to the original motion.
Okay.
All in
So-
favor? Oh, go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Back to the original motion as amended by John Farrell, correct?
Well, not amended.
It was not amended. It's, Items 1 through 8, item 10, 12, 13 through 15, and then item 28. Did I get that correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
So does that capture, sorry, I'm switching screens. Does that capture my question regarding Jennifer's comment?
It does, 10.
So.
And I've
can
already
somebody-
ruled that that's germane.
Okay.
Director Perry, your hand is up. This time it is your hand.
Okay, so my first
I have. I'm
my
sorry,
first
Margaret.
question is regarding number 14. Hold on, I've lost it. Give me a second.
Pool bathhouses.
Right.
Correct. I guess I'm curious why we're asking for things to be budgeted currently for things that are already in place and in discussion for future years. If is there a specific, I mean, the general comment is pool bathhouses need to be improved dramatically. So we're asking staff to go price every pool bathhouse we own for dramatic improvements outside of the planned upgrades as currently scheduled. And, I believe there had been a comment at some point of, step stools so that kids can reach the sink. That's a very specific improvement that I could certainly agree to for, going out and pricing. But, to go out and price every pool bathhouse to be dramatically improved outside of the renovation schedule as planned, I have issue with. And then second, on just because it's been brought up, the number 10, caring for the trees. I don't think caring for the trees disrupts them staying natural areas. The reality is along Glade Drive recently, VDOT came in and clipped a gajillion trees. And I would argue that if we don't care for those trees, they will die because they were not clipped correctly in some cases. So I'm, not against requesting that staff look into pricing, caring for trees that are necessary to be looked at. Obviously, not for every single tree again within RA, just like not every single bathhouse within RA outside of the schedule. So I would say, if there is a specific plan that needs to be addressed for the care of specific trees, I would certainly price that. If you're talking about every tree within RA, obviously I cannot support that.
Mr. Room?
I'm just to Margaret's points, which are good points, but I'll sort of reiterate what I said before. When you direct staff to price these out, part of what we'll do is we'll price out something that we think makes sense. So, we won't do every bathhouse, everything in 2027. We'll do something, and we won't do every tree. So, those are good points, but that's kind of what I meant by when we price these out, we'll also come up with our recommended approach that we're pricing out. Anything to add on that?
Yeah,
Peter?
so just as it relates to 14, the pool bathhouses, this is a comment that's been made at the Finance Committee every meeting for the last 6 or 7 months. So I think what Bob is doing here, or I should say Member Petrine is doing here, is just reiterating what we've heard from the Finance Committee. In the CIP, we have a few pool bathhouse projects to do. The comment is in there. A few pool bathhouses will be done in the next few years. What we're trying to do, and we'll bring this back as part of our comment, in past CIPs, we've had, replace the lockers or replace the sinks. This is about a cohesive effort to improve the bathhouses overall. So you'll see that plan as we come back. I have no issue with including this. On the tree conversation, it's time for us to pick a lane on, are we a contracted group or do we try to hire arborists? We've had really bad luck trying to hire arborists in the last few years. We've had a significant tree backlog this spring. We're working hard to overcome that. But to me, this conversation, number 10, is about Do we want to hire staff, or do we want to be a contracted model? And that's what the conversation is about.
Director Farrell?
I'm going to disagree with my good friend, Mr. Lusk. I don't think that's what this is about. And I'm happy to have the conversation, is do we contract it out or continue the frustrating cess? But what this is about is RA taking responsibility for trees that RA doesn't own. If you go down these streets and you look at the tax map, most of that frontage is owned by the adjacent cluster, not by RA, or it's owned by VDOT. We need to be careful that we don't take on clearing of trees that don't belong to RA. One, it's a trespass. And two, I don't think we want to be RA volunteering to be everybody's arborist, especially given the difficulty of finding that kind of professional assistance. So I have a problem with this. And in going through the pricing, I would hope that, I'm happy to have the staff price it and have that further conversation about contract versus employee. But what I don't want to do is to have this board volunteering to be the arborist or the tree service company for the whole town or city, because we can't afford it and the assessment would go through the roof.
I'm going to make a comment that I made earlier. I'm fairly certain that staff understands that the first step in this process is to determine whether or not the trees that they're going for are going to get them arrested. So I'm not sure that line of reasoning is, and I'm not saying this is argumentatively with you, I'm making a case of the wider board, that I'm not sure that the line of reasoning that, this entire line item is about going, is too broad, isn't really a good argument based on what we just heard Mr. Vroom say, that they're going to, when they do these things, that they've got a very targeted process, and just based on our knowledge of staff and their lack of desire to be arrested for cutting back trees.
Mr. President.
Mr. Mopar?
I just wanted to emphasize, I wanted to say the same thing, but let me just emphasize what you said. What I'm hearing is our acting CEO and CFO are saying that this is not a heavy lift to do this analysis here. And we're going through a budgeting exercise. We're basically trying to get an understanding, have more information in our hands that the staff will bring to the board. And then at that point, we decide whether we want to do this or not, whatever those options are. That's what I'm hearing from you. So my rationale is we need to do this, because we can't just say, well, this is not a good thing to do, let's not do it, let's not cost it. Just bring the information to the board. Let the board hear what you have, your options. Again, specifically, whether the trees are on RA land or they're not on the RA land. And I assume when you do that, as the president says, just like anything else when you cost, the first thing that you do is this something that the RA can do?
Right.
Is this within your responsibilities, authority? So question to you is this a heavy lift to do?
No, it's not a heavy lift.
Okay, so then let's go through the exercise. So I'm supporting that.
And just from a process standpoint, Director Farrell, it sounds like you're arguing against your point, your motion. Because you've moved that we accept item 10, but now you're arguing against it.
I'm trying to achieve some clarity, and I'm looking at I'm trying to respond to the members' suggestion. I do want us to have the conversation about employee or contractor, but several places in here, people are asking us to take on the responsibility for lots of parts of the community that we can't touch. That's what I'm trying to make. I'm happy for them to have this conversation, but I'm also trying to explain to the member who made the suggestion and to others who may think it's a wonderful idea that there's a limit on what trees RA can touch. That was my point. I wasn't arguing against the motion. I was trying to clarify the purpose of the motion.
Okay. So we've got the motion on the table. I think Director Juszczyk has a question. Director Juszczyk, I'm calling on you.
Are we in an active amendment cycle?
We're in an active motion cycle. We're
So
at the original
I can
motion.
amend. Okay, we're at the original motion. We don't have any open amendments that we haven't voted on.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So I am going to ask unanimous consent to add to the end of the motion. Any items not on RA property will not be priced. Any objections?
I see no objection in this room.
Okay.
Or online. Thank you. Did you have something else?
Yes, I have 3 others. For item number 10, trees, I'm going to ask unanimous consent that staff only focus on those trees at or adjacent to active RA facilities.
Oh, staff has indicated that they're fine with that.
Any board objection?
I see none.
Wonderful. I'm going to ask for number 28, which is the member request that speaks to having movies at our parks. Ask for, I'm going to motion for that to be removed from the list of priced items. Because I would like one of the 5 of you that voted yes to change your mind, because one, we've already done this, and it was not popular with the RA members, so it will be going against our fee pyramid philosophy. And it wasn't like we did it 10 years ago and people were not interested. We literally just went through a cycle of doing it, and we did not have people of interest. It's why staff took it off the items that they were hosting for our members. So to ask them to go back and price something that they literally just took out of our programming does not make sense to me.
So, Mr. President, I believe that then would be a motion and needs a second.
Yes, so I'm asking for a second.
Well, she was asking, I thought she was asking for with unanimous consent.
No, that was the first time.
No, I knew I wouldn't get unanimous consent on this one. I'm just asking for one person to change your mind. So I'm asking for a second to remove item 28, movies, from our programming agenda pricing
I'll second that.
exercise.
Motion made and seconded. Are there comments? Okay, I will make a comment. I have been part of a number of these events in Reston, and maybe that's why people didn't come out, because they've already got too many of them on their calendar. But I've been to a number of them, and they're almost always well attended. So I see no problem with asking staff to at least determine the cost, and then we can determine whether or not we want to continue. Okay, there's my comment. Any others? Oh, Director Santa needs to get back in. Oh, she's in? Director Santa, did you hear the discussion? I don't want us to vote on a motion that we're not aware of.
I heard the preamble. You do not need to repeat it, and I'm so sorry, but we lost power.
We almost did as well.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Then, seeing no more comments, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favor? Against? 1, 2, 3. And abstaining. 1. Director Perry? We may have lost her in the power outage as well.
We lost Director Perry.
Yeah, in the great power outage of 2026. Okay. Then the motion fails. Go ahead.
Right. And then my last one is...
I'm sorry, did that fail?
It did.
Okay.
It failed, yes. So my next motion is to add number 69, which is an addition to Nature Center, and ask the staff to pass that suggestion on to Friends of Ruston. It's a new amenity at Walker Nature Center.
This has got 0 votes.
Director,
Right, but
Mr. Luska?
it's part of the numbers.
It's got 0 votes.
She's saying that.
Just pass it on.
Yeah, Jennifer, could you say it again, please?
Yes, I would like to take number 69 and ask staff to pass that on to the Friends of Ruston.
Mr. Lusk?
Of
You were
course,
gonna
we're
say
happy to do that. Sure.
Okay.
Is she asking for?
Is that a
asking
motion? Or
unanimous consent?
I can handle that, thank you.
I made it a motion because I didn't think I'd get unanimous consent.
I'll second it just to get us moving.
Motion made and seconded, all in favor? Looks
Aye.
unanimous in the room. Director Perry Santa. Director Santa?
No objection.
All right. I'm going to take that as an aye. So it's unanimous. Thank you.
Oh, thank you all. That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Back to the main motion.
Back to the main motion, I believe.
Already.
I'm not going to ask for any more comments.
No, please, thank you.
All in favor? Directors Santa and Lanza. It's 6 in favor.
Aye.
7.
7 in favor. Against? Abstain? Director Santa, we weren't able to record your vote.
I am in favor.
All right, so it is unanimous. Mr. Vroom.
So, I mean, those were the ones that, we were recommending based on your votes. We wanted to move forward. If there's any others that folks wanted to talk about, we can, but we could be done there.
This is insane. There's no way we're done.
I mean, I don't think we want to talk about all of them, but if, there
No,
are
we don't
any
wanna
that
talk
anyone
about
does
them.
want
I
to talk
promise we don't.
We've got a
But
ruling
Director
from
Cannon has something that she'd like to say.
I just have a general question because there are a lot of notes in here about it being part of the faculty's master plan or something we're already doing. Is there a plan to respond to these budget suggestions?
Great question.
Providing members with an acknowledgement and we're already doing this or it's part of a future plan? Okay.
In some cases, we already have responded if we thought it was operational, but everyone will get a response following tonight, probably next week.
But specific to their comment?
Correct. This
Yeah.
was your comment. Here's the next step. We will do
Okay,
that. Yes.
thank you.
Thanks, Pete. That's good customer service. I am going to ask with unanimous consent if we can go to executive session because I believe we have someone waiting for us. Is there objection?
No objection.
You need a motion.
Seeing none online, can
Unanimous consent.
I ask for
Well,
unanimous
I
consent?
think
Yeah, state. I believe you said you asked for consent to go to executive session to consult with legal counsel, examine personnel and contractual.
That's what he said.
I said all of those things. Thank you. Done.
you don't want a motion on that? That's okay. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
She'll find her way in.
There she is.
I've
Mr. President, I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personal matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Director Juszczyk is muted.
Okay, that's 8 ayes. Against? Abstaining.
Mr. President, I move to extend the meeting tonight until 11 o'clock.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I have 7. Director Perry and Director Juszczyk, for this, I guess, batch of motions, if you could take yourselves off mute, please.
Abstain.
Okay?
Mr. President, I move to direct the general counsel to draft the bylaw amendments as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Mr. President, I move to direct staff to develop an insurance coverage.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
Thank you. Against? And abstaining. Director Juszczyk, are you online? Okay,
Good?
go ahead.
Mr. President, I move to direct staff to develop an insurance coverage as discussed in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Mr. President, I move to approve Katie Boswell for the position of Chair of the Elections Committee.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Mr. President, I move to approve Paul Thomas to the position of Vice Chair of the Elections Committee.
Second.
Made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Unanimous?
Mr. President, I move to approve Jesse Williams for the position of Member of the Covenants Committee.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous?
Mr. President, I move to approve Karen Anton for the position of Vice Chair to the Covenants Committee.
Second.
Second.
Speaking to the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Any comments?
Mr. President, I have to vote against this motion because I am the president of Colonial Oaks Cluster, which immediately abuts the Soapstone Convenience Center. And during the period of time when this individual was on this board, the Covenants Committee gave Colonial Oaks only partial relief from the deteriorating condition of the building that houses the Domino's and the 7-Eleven. We filed an appeal with the full board and asked the full board to allow us to appeal that lack of full relief to the board, for the board to override that decision. This individual voted against that, even hearing that appeal. That building and that facility has continued to deteriorate and drags down the value of the properties immediately adjacent to it, which is my cluster. And therefore, given that track record, I cannot vote for this individual.
Appreciate that. Further comment, please. All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 7. That's 7 in favor. Against?
No.
That's 1 against. Abstention. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, if I haven't, let me make the motion. I move to ratify and approve the personnel decisions reached in executive session as it pertains to the CEO.
Second.
Motion
Thank you.
made and seconded. All in favor?
Second. Aye.
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 Okay, that is
Thank you,
8
Director Muller.
against and abstaining.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Now we are on
Board budget suggestions,
board
Mr. President?
budgets. That's correct. Mr. Vroom?
So this is the board budget suggestions?
That is correct.
Okay, and this was a request from the board to add this to the agenda. And, as we understand it, there are a couple topics, I think primarily from Director Juszczyk, but if others have any as well. So we're just happy to entertain any discussion around that.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, this came up in the joint meeting with the Finance Committee. That's how this ended up on the agenda tonight.
So we have Dave Kerr to blame for this. All right.
I don't think we have any specific items identified, but I will reiterate maybe some of the member comments, and specifically the member comments made by the Vice Chair, Ms. Turkletop, regarding qualitative values of some of our amenities. And for us, as we go through the budget cycle and consider how to apply member dollars, to consider, qualitative elements of some of our amenities. Bathrooms, bathhouses was an example, and updates to those. So I don't think there's any specific, unless anybody wants to field something specific, I don't think there's any specific action, just a reminder of that.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
I guess, I don't know if this is appropriate, it's adjacent to the conversation, but the KPIs, or how we're measuring recreational activities during the summer season. I mean, I believe Lisa has asked for some of that, so I just want to make sure that if we're going to have this conversation, that it'd be comprehensive.
Good.
I don't think that was the purpose of tonight's conversation. I think that's for another event, another agenda. But Director Juszczyk, you were the one, as we said, who had some items, and I wanted to see if we could get back to your items you'd like to add.
My two items where I felt that there were two areas, and I kind of remember a board member having another one, but I can't remember what it was. But there were two items that I felt like the board should really give direction to the staff on what the budget should be for the association on advocacy, and what we should be asking the Friends of Reston to help fund in the association. So I think it is incumbent upon us to give those dollar amounts, or at least some specific direction to staff related to both of them. That it's not really something that staff should be expected to do without the board's direction. And if you want me to describe what advocacy means and what, Friends of Reston stuff is, I'm happy to go further. But I'm hoping that jogs your memory as to what was discussed during the fiscal meeting, the joint fiscal meeting.
I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Groom and Mr. Lusk.
So I'll start with Friends. So we had a discussion during the last budget cycle about the responsibility of Friends of Reston and the Walker Nature Center. Friends of Reston, I think, has done a great job of kind of going back through their documents and understanding that the Nature Center is a major part of their responsibility. There are two projects in the CIP for 2027 that I think Friends could consider. One is sort of regrading the trail around the Nature Center, and there's a fire ring there as well. It's like a $50,000 item. I think that'd be a great item to bring to the Friends. There's another Walker Nature Center project in there to upgrade the AV at the Nature Center. It's probably old and outdated at this point. And there's also a third that we've been trying to tackle for some time related to maps. So everyone might remember that we did our GIS project and we're updating our maps on the website. But if we're going to print new ones, we could go back to Friends and ask that question as well. So I think from a Friends perspective and from my perspective, if we're going to go ask Friends, I think those are three really solid projects for them to think about.
And just as a reminder, in the draft zero budget or the 27 budget that was approved last fall as part of the biennial budget, there was a motion made and approved to include 70K. Right. So there is a 70K assumption that's been built into that, draft zero budget. Correct. That's kind of our starting point, just as a reminder.
Were there any other additions anyone wanted to make? If not, I have a few that I wanted to add. Okay,
I,
see, oop.
I would like to hear the board's comments related to what should we ask? Like Peter just gave us a summary for Friends of Reston. Should we ask Friends of Reston for those 3 line items? We don't know how much they're going to add up to be, but are we good with that? Because that then gives staff the information they need to say, okay, we're going to put an offset in the budget because we think, the board's probably going to go the direction of asking Friends of Reston for this money. And I will start and say I'm okay with them putting an offset in for Friends to fund.
Support that as well, but I'm pretty sure the maps was discussed by Friends of Reston.
Well, I think we're planning to bring it back, Izzy.
So really, it's really 2 net new ones, and 1 is a continuation to say we really need this.
Right. And
Okay.
the 70K that was in the budget that Ed was just talking about, it comes from those 2 projects I was just discussing. That number adds up to about 70K. That's where we got it last year.
No objection here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the second one related to advocacy is I think that staff can come up with a budget number for us, but I think that it is upon the board to kind of give a scope of what we expect advocacy to look like in the future. Is it land use? Is it HOA law advocacy? Is it cluster advocacy? Is it crosswalks and, advocating with the county on crosswalks or lights or speed humps or, right? Like those are all advocacy related things. And we have a project related to creating ambassadors throughout the association. So what is advocacy to the board? Can we define it in some way of what it is and what it is not so staff can accurately come back to us with a budget number?
Mr. President, this is a subject matter that could go on for more than an hour and a half. And I appreciate my colleague bringing it to us. But clearly we want to continue the representation regarding the casino. I can't imagine that there's somebody who wants to cut that, because that bill's coming back. And if you didn't see the necessity of it during this last session, where that bill was changing by the hour, and there was no way a volunteer could go down there and track that and follow it and be in contact with the relevant members of the General Assembly to get that bill from being just a complete disaster to the form it finally passed in. So I would think that number, and I don't know if we've had a contract proposed by our representative for the next session. I think that number is a baseline, and from there, if we want to add other kinds of advocacy, we can have that conversation between now and the time we adopt the budget. And if somebody wants to expand that advocacy, I'd like them to make the case for it, but not at 10:50 tonight.
I agree.
Can I? Sorry, Jennifer.
Go ahead, Izzy.
I want to have this conversation. I think Farrell makes a great suggestion for a baseline. I was going to make a motion just to table this till next board meeting, and then we pick it up and we make it really substantive.
I'm happy. I will second that motion and support it with the knowledge that the robust session was supposed to happen tonight. Obviously, we were overcome by events and it's late, and it is always good to have these conversations with a clear mind. But I did not mean for us to talk about it at 10:50 at night. So happy to support it.
Mr. President, I'm about to make a motion regarding the agenda for June 25th.
I am not completed with the.
No. In regards to when we're going to revisit this issue, it's not going to be on the 25th. Okay, that agenda is chock-a-block full.
Fair enough.
You have other items. I wasn't trying to jump ahead. I was just trying to make it clear we're going to come back to this issue sometime after the 25th.
Understood.
Izzy, are you okay with changing our motion to ask the CEO to slot it in at a future board meeting versus next meeting.
That's fine, but I think we should take it.
If,
I think we need
was
to
that an, let's pause the back and forth. Was that an actual motion and a second?
Yeah, she seconded.
Okay. And then we just had discussion from Director Farrell. I'm going, unless someone else has an objection, I'm going to consider that the discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, when are we doing this?
Next board meeting.
The motion was next board meeting.
They moved. They moved and seconded, so, and the vote is on the table.
Hang
Okay.
on, there's comment, there's opportunity for debate on
And
the
you just
motion.
made comment.
No, I'm going to oppose this because I'm looking at the agenda and people want to have a conversation
No,
about Reston
please don't
National.
wave your hand at me because you just made an argument against it. Like you just did. So we don't have to do it again. We all heard, and I think a lot of us agree. All in favor of moving this to the 25th?
Aye.
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 1, 2, 3. And I'm seeing directors Justruck and Santa and Lanza. So that's 4. Has anyone else voted in favor? I got you. Okay, that's 4 in favor, against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Against, and abstention. Director Perry, this all falls down to you.
Abstention.
Okay, the motion does not carry. Yes. Okay,
Can I motion that we ask the CEO to slot it in at this topic in at a future board meeting?
yes.
With that,
He-
let's con-
Without, can you ask for it for unanimous consent? Without objection?
Sure, without objection.
Okay. Does anybody have any objection to Pete adding this to a future agenda? I see none. Thank you very much. I'm going to add to the list of board items. No, Matt's looking over at my list and it looks enormous. So I'm just going to make sure you guys know that it's not. It's like 3 items. However, I'm doing this in my role as the Hunterswood Dogwood representative, and having heard all the folks who have come here and the folks who have sent us emails and called and all kinds of things, I have 3 suggestions now to add. One is the installation of security cameras under the splash pad. I'm sorry, under the pavilion, pointed towards the splash pad, so we can have visibility onto the splash pad. Enhanced security lighting designed to improve visibility during the evening and overnight hours. And contracted private security patrols that will arrive during after hours randomly, so we can, make our presence known on a not regular basis. Those are my 3 suggestions.
Got it.
Can we make sure that for this conversation, if there are legal questions, that Tony's prepared to answer them? Whatever they may arise with cameras.
I'm looking over at Tony.
I'm just asking, be ready.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Tony's on it. Thank you. All right. Any further discussion on board budget suggestions? Okay, see none. Moving on to new business.
I have 2 items. Go ahead, Matt.
Director Mullinex?
Okay, we had a robust discussion during member budget suggestions about pickleball citing criteria, whether or not it was a appropriate time during the budget to talk about citing on the south side of Reston. We've heard loud and clear from our membership. I feel that the conversation should continue. I'd like to motion that PrAC or staff brief the board at not the next board meeting, at the July board meeting on pickleball citing criteria and have an opportunity to have a discussion around it.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Comments or questions?
Mr. President,
Director Farrell.
I'm opposed to the motion. We were told by our staff that this criteria will be incorporated into the Parks and Rec plan that's going to be brought to us. I do not agree that we have heard from a lot of our membership. We've heard from 20. We had a survey. The survey said less than 10% of our membership cares about pickleball. I've already done this once. So have you, Mr. President. So has Director Jalal Mapar. And I don't want to go back again until there is a Park and Rec study or report for us to consider as part of a whole and not as a response to a pressure group. We've done this. I don't want to do it again. And I don't want to waste the board's time going around this again.
Director Cannon.
So I support looking at the citing criteria again, and I think the level of enthusiasm we saw both in the budget suggestions and in the membership attending today suggests that there's a lot more interest than perhaps there was a few years ago when the survey was done. But Mr. Lusk, I'd like to hear from you on how presenting that kind of presentation would work with the master plan. I don't want to, my biggest concern is disrupting that. I know timing wise, you said a rough draft in August. So I just want to understand from you.
So if we're going to discuss criteria in July, what I assume that means is we want to revisit what the criteria says, right? So if we're going to do that, I don't think it's going to change the timeline of the plan that much. It just kind of deviates from what we've been planning on doing. But I don't see it delaying our final product at all.
And would it interfere with, like, do you think there would be issues with us taking a small piece of it out of order?
To be honest, if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it.
Okay.
Come back with a plan that makes sense for the board. That's fine.
Okay.
Director Milford.
It's very brief. Based on what Peter says, not interfering with anything else, let's just hear that. I would just remind everybody that we keep referring to the survey. We also have to remember that the number, that 10% is 10% of people who responded to the survey. It wasn't the population, the total membership. That's just how the math works. Statistically, obviously, you can say that's a sample size and represents the community, but just a nuance on that. That's all I have to say.
Can I inquire, Mr. President?
Please. Anyone online would like to speak? Right now.
I would speak in favor, but we have 5 minutes, and I don't want to extend anybody else's time out of respect. But I think if the community has come out, and obviously I'm one who knows a lot about pickleball because I've researched it, and if there's new ways to do sound mitigation, or if there's new things that Peter and Pratt can enlighten us on, I'd like to have that opportunity to at least be educated once again.
Okay.
Move on.
Motion's made, seconded, comments have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
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 7 in favor, against?
Nay.
2 against. Motion carries. All right. Director Juszczyk, you had, you didn't have any further new business.
Yeah.
Director Juszczyk, you had 2
I-
items.
Yes. Without objection, I'd like to ask the board to ask the acting CEO to ensure that all the member participants at the Audubon renaming that signed up are emailed before the board takes up that topic at a future meeting.
Any objection? Seeing none? All right.
One more. I would ask without objection, ask the acting CEO to slot in a board topic on Fairfax Sanitation District now that the Board of Supervisors has taken some action.
He has just nodded his head that they will do it. Is there an objection? Is there objection from the board? Apologies, it's late. Okay, seeing none. Let's get on to
That's all I had.
Thanks, Director Joshik. Let's get on to the agenda.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the draft agenda as presented for the regular board meeting of June 25th with the following corrections. I'm going to move that we hold a discussion on the Rest National Golf Course, and I'm going to suggest that come immediately after member comments, and that in the interest of time, that we defer the quarterly Lake Equity Working Group update and the member stormwater SOP in order to provide the maximum amount of time for member comments on the Reston National Golf Course.
Did you ask for that without objection?
I did.
Is there objection? I see none. It's approved.
Great.
And with that,
I have my one caveat, and then you can gavel. I would like for Peter or for somebody in the association to fully promote that this Reston National conversation is happening, and as part of it, to do a survey in the Friday newsletter so that we can get maximum input from the community on the matter.
I see nods. I see slow nods at the table. All right. We'll be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.